All right, folks, the check-in is as follows. Who are you? Position in district. Let me do that again. Position in district. How are you? Who's missing? Time constraints, issues, elephants, expectations. And do you go to the office daily, every other day, weekly, or not anymore? And we're going to start with Kristen.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kristen Powers, principal at Riverdale Elementary, and I was trying to type all those things in, and I'm first, and I can't remember them all. But I don't have any time constraints, no elephants or issues. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure who might be missing. And oh, thank you. Oh, I think I did everything except how often do I go to the office? Now I go every single day.
To the post office, Kristen.
Oh, the post office.
Yeah.
I never go to the post office.
Okay.
Maybe once a year.
Sounds good. Thanks, Kristen. You did great starting off. Linda.
Hi, I'm Linda Walther. I am a retired teacher and counselor from the district. I am doing fine. I don't have any time constraints nor issues or elephants. Maybe once a month to the post office.
All right. Sandy. Sandy?
Sorry, I'm
there you go. No, good.
managing dogs and phones and yeah. Was it really post office or was it like, how often do you go to work in your building?
No, it is the post office, yes.
Oh my God. Okay, sorry, I typed the wrong thing. Sandy Sorensen, North Glen High School science teacher. I do not have any time constraints. I don't have any issues or elephants. I don't know who's missing. I apologize as well. And how often do I go to the post office? Like once every 3 months, maybe? Not very much.
All right, Matt.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Matt Schmidt. I'm the principal at Pathways. I am doing just fine. Let's see, no elephants, no issues, time constraints, any of that good stuff. My expectation is we'll plow through some fascinating contract work and get the work done. And let's see, post office? Ooh, yeah, probably once every 6 months. Not much.
Mila.
Good evening or afternoon. I'm Mila Shepard, Chief of Human Resources. I'm doing just fine and have no issues or elephants and no time constraints. When you have a retired husband, you never go to the post office or the dry cleaner or the grocery store. Life is good at my house.
Teresa. Teresa, you're still muted.
Thank you.
You bet.
Hello, everyone. I'm doing well. No time constraints, no issues or elephants. I think our amigo Dorman is missing today. I don't see him. I don't know if I missed anything, but I hardly ever go to the post office, mostly for Christmas to deliver things to family that's out of town, but that's about it.
All right, Deborah. Deborah on?
She's one of the missing.
She's one of the missing. All right.
As is Laura Mitchell.
Okay. All right then. Shelley, is she on? Do I see Shelley?
It looks like she may be. Oh, there she is.
Oh, there she is.
Hi, Michelle DeRock, 3rd grade, Meridian Elementary. I have no time constraints. I have no issues or elephants. I'm doing well today. I was at the postal office.
All right. Heather Espinoza.
Hi, Heather. I teach second grade at Wood Glen. I'm doing okay today. No time constraints, no issues or elephants. Expect to do great work as always. I think we've figured out who's missing, hopefully. I rarely go to the post office, though when we were in quarantine, I shipped my students some things, and that was the first time I'd been there in a very long time.
Very good. And the Heathers are going to love this. Heather Grecius.
Right next to her. That's awesome. I'm Heather Grecius, Director of Elementary for Student Support Services. I'm great today. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants pertaining to this work. I hate the post office, so I will not go. I'll just, like Mila, send my husband. He comes in handy.
Bo.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bo Fobert. I serve the district as Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction. No issues, no elephants. I think we've established who's missing. Same expectation as always, which I have every confidence will meet. I am an occasional as needed visitor at the post office, but now I'm pondering if maybe I'm a bit of a manservant in that space after listening to Mila and Heather. So I'm going to mull that for a bit.
Chris.
So I'm Chris, superintendent. I'm doing fine today. I've had late meetings every day this week, so it'll be nice to conclude tonight and head into the weekend. No issues, elephants, no time constraints. In terms of the post office, I love going to the post office. I don't get to do it very often, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, but I wanted to share with you all that I actually was deputized to be a postal carrier during the winter break. I came to the ESC one day. I was the only person in the lot. It's during the period where we have it all closed down. And the mail truck was out here and the guy could not figure out how to get the mail into the big silver box out there. So he comes up to me and says, "Hey, do you know what I can do with this, or where I should drop this off?" And I showed him my badge. He gave me a big stack of mail. I carried it into the office and reached out to Jim Fujita and said, "I've got all this mail. Here's what I did with it." And it was a great feeling. So I feel like I've got something on my resume that if I ever want to work at the post office, I've got some work experience that's going to come in handy.
Man, I didn't know this question was going to set Chris up for a great story. Thanks, Chris. Laura Mitchell. Oh, she's gone, isn't she? Ian.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ian Sablich. I'm a language arts and language development teacher at North Glen Middle School. No time constraints, issues, elephants. My expectations is some good conversations and consensus here. Let's see, post office, funny town of Frederick, we actually have PO boxes. So I am walking to the post office like 3 or 4 times a week.
Kathy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Plomer. I'm on the school board. I'm doing just fine today. No time constraints, no issues or elephants. Deb was missing, but I see she's back. So we just have a couple. And I also like the post office, depending on which one. I love the East Lake post office because there's not very many people there. So I always go there. And I love looking at all the different stamps. And so I rarely send flag stamps, and I know you can order those online. I do that too, but I love seeing what stamps they have at the post office.
Deborah, we're going to come back and grab you so I don't forget you. Deb.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Blake. I'm a special education teacher at Arapahoe Ridge Elementary School. Good evening. I am well. My apologies that I am late. I still keep thinking it's 4:30, not 4:15, no matter how many times I look at my calendar. So my apologies. Aside from feeling rushed, I am well. I do not have any other time constraints. My expectations are that we always do the good work that we do. I have no idea who is missing. And Heather, I'm happy, Grecius, I'm happy to see you back. I hope you're well. And I don't know the question.
How many times do you go to the post office daily, every other day, weekly, or not at all?
Quarterly. My daughter now lives out of state, so Hanukkah presents or things like that are mailed to her. Other than that, a couple of times a year at the most.
Very good. Marty.
Marty McCarthy, principal middle school. Doing great. It's been fun to be back and with kids and just kind of still surfing the high of that. And no issues or elephants. We talked about who's missing. Expectations are the same as always. Intense discussion, but great results. And, this is the most I've thought about the post office in a very long time. And I mean, really all I'm thinking about now is how I can sell my wife on being a retired husband, like all the many benefits that I could offer. This is opening doors for me. So thanks again, Mila.
Dave Lockley.
Even Dave Lockley, President DTA, doing well today. No issues or elephants. I do not think I'm going to have any time constraints, but my children are technically at base right now. So if the wife can't get them for some reason, I may be called to make an emergency run before they start charging me by the minute. You think I'm exaggerating? I am not. I've only had to pay it once. Never again. Never again. We know who's missing. Dorman had a conflict he couldn't make today. Just FYI, so we're not waiting for him. He won't be here today. The question: I do not go to the post office 11 months out of the year, but then come September during campaign and political season, I end up going to the post office like it seems like daily to buy stamps, drop off postcards, something. Like one day I had to go to 5 different post offices in one day because they were all out of stamps. And so I was like, okay, how many can I get? All right, I still need 200 more. So where's the next nearest post office, guys? Just tell me where to go. So
Laura Leppy.
Hi, I am Laura Leppy. I teach middle school math at Holstrom. I'm doing great. This is like the most crazy, hectic day ever, and I love it. It's fabulous. I have no issues or elephants. I will do my IBS drive home at some point, but my phone is working, so I will take y'all with me, which is exciting. And by working, I mean it's new. And we know who's building missing. I don't normally go to the post office, but I do like to shop, and sometimes they give me the prepaid USPS postal thing. So then I have to go to the post office to mail my stuff back. But I would really like to have some sort of retired husband, man, servant, whatever to go for me. So anyone out there watching, you just let a sister know. Also, P.S., fun fact, Mr. Kriskadowski, if you are deputized to drive the little car, they are the only people who can legally run red lights. It's a true fact. So there you go. You got it covered. But I don't mind the post office. I do I'm with Kathy. I like some and I don't like others and they scare me, but I'm happy to send all the stuff back to where I brought it from if I have to do returns because I love returning stuff.
Nancy.
She's hard to follow.
Yeah.
I'm Nancy Leonard. I'm a retired administrator from District 12, feeling good. We know I believe 2 people who are missing. I don't have any time constraints, issues or elephants. Like the book, I have great expectations. And in terms of the post office, I walk by it weekly because my Starbucks is across the street. But to actually go in, probably Christmas, and that's about it.
Very good. Jim.
Good evening. I'm Jim Loam, one of your facilitators. I'm doing well. I don't have any time constraints. We've established who's missing. I don't have any issues or elephants. Expectations are to satisfy the agenda and move ahead. I go to the post office. It's not unusual for me to go. It's a small rural post office. It's about the size of my living room. And half of that is the mail working area. And the other half of it is where the clerk who's on duty works. So everybody gets to know everybody at the post office here. So let's have it, Dave. How about you?
I'm Dave Mussetter. I'm also one of your facilitators. A little frazzled today. I've had some calls from members that are just unbelievable today. So if I seem a little scattered, I apologize ahead of time. I'll try to focus on you guys now. We know who's missing. I have no time constraints. I'm yours till you're done with me. No issues or elephants. Same expectations. Just continue to work your agenda. You guys work well together. So that's my expectation, is that you'll continue. And this question came up in a conversation with my wife and I about how the post office has changed, because at one time, every day after work, I'd go to the post office and bring the mail home and you know, so on and so forth. I haven't been to the post office in years. My wife does all of the mailing out of packages and different things like that. So I've kind of forgotten what the inside of a post office looks like. So it's an interesting question, and it was fairly entertaining. So thank you all. It was it was a fun one. So our agenda looks like we're starting with a recommendation from the small committee on 12.1.4. Is that correct?
I believe it is. I don't think we have any other housekeeping off the top. Dave, do you?
We do not. Nope.
Okay.
It looks like, if I am reading correctly, their recommendation is at the bottom of the charts document that we've been working on for this topic. And then I would defer to since Mila and I somehow got out of not actually showing up to this meeting. You guys probably got done in about 5 minutes, since I got done in 30 minutes last time. It's probably about 5 minutes. But I defer to one of the members of the group to walk us through your conversation and what you guys came up with.
Hey, Dave, before we jump there, Dave Mussetter, I don't know.
Yes.
I think Marty put in the chat that Allison hadn't checked in. So I just want to make sure.
Sorry, Allison. Your name's on here. I skipped right over you. I apologize.
Okay.
That's my fault.
I was okay with it, but
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Marty and Chris. I feel very special. Allison Alter, I am the social studies teacher at Horizon High School. I'm doing pretty good today. You know, ebbs and flows of going back and doing the Zoom streaming madness. So I survived day 3. Yeah. And no one's cried yet, I don't think. Yeah, we know who's missing, no issues, elephants, expectations, just to do good work as always. And I very rarely go to the post office, but I have 2 within walking distance of my house. So I actually don't mind going because I can just walk to them. They're like, I live in Denver, so they're small little post offices. And if I am going to ship something, I will always go post office over like UPS or FedEx.
Thank you, Allison, and Marty. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You're a big group, and sometimes I miss somebody, and I skipped right over Allison's name. Allison, I apologize again. So, all right, back to what we were talking about.
Okay, I'll hop in because I was a member of that group. I think full disclosure off the top, when we gathered, we didn't have our full team present. It just included myself, Marty, Matt, and Ian. So Deborah and Shelly, who are part of that team, weren't a part of that conversation. Shared what we did with the 2 of them, but just wanted to acknowledge that they may have some input that they want to bring forth that we didn't surface when we met. Dave's right.
Dave mentioned that maybe it was 5 minutes. I think it couldn't have been too much longer than that, because by the time I jumped in, the meeting was empty. And I waited for 30 minutes thinking maybe I misunderstood or something, but I was all alone until Deb joined me when she got home from her scary drive in the snow.
Yeah, it was while things were actively snowing, so we get that. And it was a pretty quick conversation because frankly, the straw designs were pretty clear. And what I shared with the writing group, and again, I'll invite my co-writers to join in. The easy part of this discussion was the consensus around going from 7 to 5 and from 5 to 3 around different hiring windows. The places where there's still a little bit to tighten up is there's language that you can see there in that existing piece that talks about 3 weeks prior to the school year. And we felt like that needed to be further clarified to be 3 weeks prior to the teacher start day or first duty day, because really you need those days of orientation to be available to you as part of figuring in onboarding that new hire. So there ends up being about a 5-day difference with current calendars between the student's first day and the teacher's first report day. We felt it needed to be clarified that that should actually start from the teacher duty day. And then the other pieces that were in the straw designs that we felt was kind of tricky to put into a contract was around responsibility and availability of automatic job posting information. Mila had indicated to all of us that that technology is available. There were mentions about things posting in LS updates. We don't know that we'll always be using an LS update. So not really sure around what the appropriate inclusion of marketing and personal responsibility for seeking what's available, how that fit into the contract itself. So I'll step away and let others add, or we can go into questions.
Dave.
Others can add before I ask questions. So if there's anyone else first.
Okay. Is there anybody else from the committee that would like to add to what Bo talked about? Dave, I'm seeing a lot of no shaking heads, so I'm assuming you're on.
So my question is actually from Mila, to go ask her what our current practice on the definition of the start of the school year, because sometimes that language gets interpreted as the first duty day and sometimes it's the physical first day of school when we use the term school year. So my question is, do you know, or could you phone a friend to find out what our current practice is? Because if our current practice is the first duty day, then I see no heartburn with just automatically changing it to that language. If it's for clarity's sake, if it's not currently that, then maybe it deserves, I don't know what the solution, or I don't know if I have any heartburn or whatnot about it, but then we would need to go to a more of a conversation to see what we want to do as a group.
Matt, did I see your, go ahead.
Dave, I think nearly every situation I know of, when we talk about start of the school year, we talk about it's the start of the teacher contract. It's when teachers are back, and for, I think generally when we're being loose with our language, that's the intent, is that it's when our teachers, our educators are back on contract. I don't know of any situation where we use that phrase and we're looking at the first day of student contact.
I'm not aware of any either, off the top of my head.
I think we could clarify to contract, start of the teacher contract.
Well, we wouldn't want contract is different because we now have August 1st as our contract day. So if we wanted first duty day, then we could put the first duty day. Because my recollection is what yours is. Everything I'm aware of, unless someone can think of something that's not, I can't think of a time that the start of the school year isn't the first report day.
Matt, did I see your hand up, sir? Okay. Other discussion on this? So what is the pleasure of the group? We're talking about two different things. What do you want in there? What do you need in there? Guide Bo, please, so we've got a document.
I wonder if we could give initial, temperature readings on the decision for 7 to 5 and 5 to 3, and then we can have a discussion and see if anyone has any heartburn with clarifying that it's instead of the school year, it's from the first report day.
So you want a temperature check on the 7 to 5 and the 5 to 3, right? Okay, how's the group feel about that? Let me see your thumbs.
I'm sorry, which one are we talking
We're
about?
we're talking about a temperature check, Deborah, on changing 7 to 5 and the 5 to 3. All right. Can I get your
I'm not
thumbs,
sure
all
what-
of your thumbs real quick, just so I make sure I know where you're at? Okay, you have a consensus
Lara,
on temperature
you
check.
look confused.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I just wasn't ready I wasn't ready for consensus. I thought there was more coming.
So you know, Laura, this is not a consensus, it's a temperature check.
Oh, temperature check. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll do a consensus on the whole thing, but all we're talking about are two things: changing 7 to 5 and the 5 to 3. So the 7 to 5 is in the second sentence, and the 5 to 3 is in the last sentence of 2.1 of the recommendations that the group's coming out. And I just wanted a temperature check. And I thought I saw every thumb up, but Laura, I don't know if was your thumb up as well?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So that looks good, Dave. Now let's go back to what you're going to have for the sentence that's highlighted.
So we can either do a temperature check like we just did, or if anyone has any concerns or questions or reservations about what that means, maybe open that floor up, and then if there are none, then take the temperature check on that section.
So
I have a question for my language friend and historian, Linda. I don't know if we refer to it in any place else in the document as first reporting day. Do any of you, I'm not just putting Linda on the spot, but I wonder if we've got a commonly used term for that.
Linda?
First day.
I was just looking in the definitions. And it does talk about a school year in the definitions. The term school year is used in this agreement. Shall mean that 184 professional duty days required. So I wonder if we could refer to that.
We need to make a clarification between teachers and other staff members, because like there are TOSAs, for example, that have longer school years, and counselors that work extended days as well.
So if we left it with Linda's clarification, thanks for looking at that, Linda. If school year is the 184, or in our case right now, 185 day school year, that's kind of the typical contract for the vast majority of this employee group. And your point is well made, Marty. But I think for terms of posting windows and limits, if we use the definition school year and we tag that to the 185 days and when those days begin, I think that could be clear and enforceable and not subject to misinterpretation. But I'm open to other suggestions.
And so that I don't become a Davy Downer, I need to tell you procedurally, please raise your hand if you can in the participants box before I don't want people talking over this, and I don't want this to get messy. So if you can, and if you can't, then please physically raise your hand. Thanks, folks. Other conversation on this? Ian.
Yeah, I just found in the contract, the only other place where we say start of the school year is 12.75 with non-probationary without an assignment. I don't know if that is going to be the same definition as we're applying here.
It is the same definition, because that all goes into effect on the standard reporting day. We'll use that way. The standard first reporting day.
Okay. Other discussion? So if we were going with what Linda said, what would the language read? Would it read what it says right now, or the start of the school year, correct? Okay. Any other discussion on this? So Dave, we have a temperature check on the days. Did you want a temperature check on this, or can we ask for the consensus now?
I mean, it feels like the conversation has lended itself to saying we don't need to change it because our definition's already there. We might need to clarify with principals what that definition means in the hiring timeline and practices. But if our practice and our language and our definition seems to match, I don't personally see, I wouldn't have heartburn over changing it, but I don't see why changing it. Add a whole new term to something to confuse everything.
So Marty, can I come back to you and to answer Dave's question if there is more that needs to be said about that?
I mean, I think that the wording is fine and well understood. I don't think we need to change it.
Okay. And the reason I yielded to you is because you brought up another issue. So with it. So are we ready for a consensus vote on this then? Okay, let me see your thumbs. And hold them up for a while, folks, because I've got a very small screen with a lot of people on it. So, all right, you have consensus, folks. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
All right.
I do just want to address a couple of things that aren't contractual, but just are in the spirit of this conversation, just to wrap it up. I did share with you all that AppleTrack does have a way for applicants to ask to be notified of new positions. AppleTrack does also have a way of, if I'm an internal candidate and I log on, and I want to go in and look at positions that are available, I can do that pretty easily, and I can check the box to be considered for positions that aren't yet open, but I'm interested in. I would go into a pool. Now, unfortunately, there's not an auto notification for that, but you know, I think we can work with the interest that I heard loud and clear from this group is really that we not disadvantage internal candidates due to shorter posting frames. As I've explored the issue of LS update, currently, and the point has been made that LS update might not be a construct that always exists, but for as long as it does, we certainly can you know, try to utilize it. Here's the only little rub I'm seeing right now as I think about it in practical application. The Friday afternoon is kind of the publishing deadline so that it can be published on Monday. And so if the HR team knows that something is posted on Friday afternoon, great. They could put it by title into the LS update. The problem might be if a posting opens on a Monday and it closes on a Friday, by the time you get to a Friday update, that posting is just closing and you might miss the opportunity. And so it's not bulletproof. It could be a good faith effort, and it would capture most of the postings. Most don't go a Monday through Friday, you know, window. Most are like a midweek to midweek sort of thing. So I think the LS update would be fine for notifying internal candidates. But I just wanted to give that caveat. It's a little bit of a caution. So that won't be foolproof. The other thing is I don't know if you've been onto our AppleTrack lately, but it's really pretty easy to see what's open. I realize if you're a teacher and your dream position is AP Science at Horizon High School, and that's the only job you're interested in. So, you know, you're not gonna be going online. You're not in the hunt. You would just take that one dream position if you knew about it. I think that was some of the people that we were talking about and sort of worrying that they might not just log on every week to see what's open. I don't quite know how to solve for that completely. The LS update could be a way, but it's also, if you log on and you go to apply for openings, you'll see just, you know, you'll see secondary openings. Right now, today, when I went on right before this meeting, it says secondary openings, and in parentheses, it says 5. I click on that and bam, here's the list of all the 5 secondary openings that are open right now. It's like 4 clicks for for any employee or anybody inside or outside that's coming in from the public web facing site. So it's not difficult, but I understand that if you're not really in the hunt for any job, you just kind of want to know if the one dream job comes open. It would be nice just to see it spelled out for you in the LS update. We'll work on that. It will require some extra work and I don't want to take away from speedy turnaround with that, but it'll be a project that we work on. And I hear and want to honor the desire not to disadvantage internal candidates who are looking to make a move. So I just wanted to share some of that I've been thinking about and researching since our last meeting.
Okay. Any questions for Mila on what she was just talking about? All right, I believe we're ready to move on to MOU reviews and recommendations, correct?
Correct. So if you want to go into the shared drive and get your MOA bucket document, remember your homework was to look at and review the buckets as they were placed, and also the starred ones specifically around whether or not we felt like it was time to roll those particular MOAs into the contract. Mila and I's recommendation, if we were to decide to do that, would be to commission a writing team to go off, do the writing to figure out what it would actually, what's the right location, what's the right verbiage for rolling it in, and then bring it back to this group for consensus. So I'll give everybody a second or two to pop into the document, fresh out your brains, to remind yourself about our conversations. And then we can open up maybe, Dave, for questions or, why is this included? Why is this not included? Those kind of things.
Yep. Okay. So let me know when you're ready, folks, and we'll move forward. I still see some people looking it over, Dave, so. All right, are we ready to move forward? I see Kathy intently looking at something, so are you good to move forward, Kathy? All right, Dave?
Yeah, so I think right now, I think it's people have questions, like I said, about any of the individual MOAs buckets. Obviously, anyone that needs to be changed or adjusted is going to come back to this group for ratification. So, we're not necessarily ratifying any changes today or doing anything like that, but wanted to just start with the questions and conversation and then see where we go from there.
All right, any questions or conversation around the MOUs?
Looks like Linda has her hand up.
Linda, yep, Linda.
I have pretty strong feelings about not incorporating shared decision-making into any other articles, but rather leave it as a new article.
Thanks for the, if we decide to put it into the contract, the writing group can take that into consideration, but my personal feeling is very similar.
Okay. Other discussion?
Looks like Laura has her hand up.
Laura Leppy, yeah. Thank you.
I just had a question about the elementary, is that the specials stuff? And did we get that all figured out so that everything was okay? Because I know that was a big topic in the past, and I just wanted to make sure that that was all right before, if we're going to put that somewhere. Am I looking in the right place? I feel
Are
like
you talking about the special education or special staffing?
Specials.
So the elementary special staffing, we need to, look at that group.
Okay.
Sometimes needs to look at stuff based on funding, all the different stuff, and there may be minor changes or updates to that work, or oftentimes we commission stuff from here to that group. So that's why it's in that bucket of not ready to just be thumbs up right away. But I don't actually see major changes to that. I don't foresee major changes to that MOA, but it wasn't one that I felt comfortable saying we should just thumb up today and move forward.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I know that. And I looked at Heather Espinoza when I said that because I know that there is a thing.
And then the other thing about elementary special staffing that I would add is that the existence of that committee is to look at the formula used for staffing specials. And so my best hope is we get that answered and we don't need that committee anymore and that goes away. So I would not think that needs to be incorporated into contract language. I think it should continue to live as an MOA and hopefully run its course and drop out of our contract, but we'll see.
Okay. Other discussion, questions?
So anyone wondering if why we didn't include one of the MOAs to roll into the contract? I know folks brought up the IBS, Dorman brought up the IBS one before, and that's why I have it on the minor change, because I want to charge a group to do some work in that space to potentially bring back to us sometime next year a potential draft of a article for IBS in the regular contract. It would just be more work than just tweaking it to roll into the current contract. So I know Dorman had brought that one particularly up before, and that's why it's under the minor change bucket, not because we want to change anything about IBS, but just commission a team to do some work in that space.
Other questions, discussion? Okay, Dave, I don't see any, so what's the next step?
So for the starred items, we want permission to form a writing group and get names down of people who would like to spend a lot of time looking at contract language and rolling it in. I don't think, Mila, you and I are going to get away with not being on this one. But after, take a vote and see if that's the list we want. And then we can pull names of people to start doing that work to bring back as a report later on at a different session.
So the 4 starred items that you're talking about are shared decision making, induction, licensure, assessment day, and educator effectiveness apex. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you need 4 committees to work on those 4 things. Is that correct?
No. We would want one committee that would work on rolling or figuring out how to best roll those 4 items into the contract. Is it in an existing language section? Is it in its own article?
Got it.
Is it an appendix? I don't know. Well, that's all the work that committee would do. What minor tweaks need to be done to transition it from contract language or from MOA language to regular contract language.
Got it. And how big a committee are you looking at, Dave?
I would defer to Mila a little bit in that space, but my gut is saying like 3 and 3 kind of committee. And if that ends up being too much, we can get more friends. What do you think, Mila?
Yeah, I think 6 is about the limit of any kind of a writing group. And even that's biggish, but I think to have enough input and variety of point of view try for 6 total to start.
And are you looking for volunteers or do you want to assign them?
Well, I'd like to figure out if that's the direction we're going to go first.
Got it.
And not be presumptuous about forming a group before we've decided to form a group. And then I think, you know, if maybe if people reach out to from this team, reach out to me and Mila if they're interested, and then we can work on getting a group together and figure out the timing after. I don't want to put anyone on the spot because this is a kind of a big project. And so I don't want you just raising your hand because you're like, oh yeah, that sounds great. But it is a rather large project that will probably take more than one meeting. So.
Okay, so you're wanting the group to let you know whether this is the direction that they want to go. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. Any discussion on that group, because we'll take a consensus vote on that if that's the way that you want to go. So discussion on the group to work on the starred items in the MOU buckets. All right, I'm seeing none, folks. So they are looking at the recommendation is 3 and 3, so a 6-person group, and you can reach out to Mila. That's what they're talking about right now. Where are your thumbs on forming this group? You have consensus on that, Dave. So do you want to explain how they reach out to you, or does people know that?
I'm fairly certain that people know how to get a hold of me in a variety of different manners. Laura could always just like huck something out her car window as she's driving by on her way home.
All right. So if you want to be one of the 3 from your group, EA group will reach out to Dave, and administrative group reach out to Mila, correct?
Correct.
All right.
And
is there
understand it?
Go ahead,
As
Jim.
I understand it, you're really only looking for a group 4 people to add 2 and 2? Because I thought one of you made a comment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate
Good clarification.
That.
Yeah. Really
total, including the 2 of us. Yes.
And as soon as possible reach out, or is there a deadline for them to reach out? What's the plan?
We say by the end of the day tomorrow, and if we haven't heard from you, then we'll come looking. Don't make me find you.
All right, by the end of tomorrow, folks, if you want to be on this group to look at this, we reach out to Dave and Mila. All right.
And the next step would be just verification of the no change versus minor change and then the ones that we actually need to discuss. Because the intention would be that the minor change ones that we would, as long as it is just minor changes like dates, the charge to the on the IBS MOA to roll into the contract, that kind of stuff. We would bring any changes, obviously for formal vote, but we're only going to plan, if this is our agreement, we're only planning to fully discuss in potentially full IBS fashion, the 2 items, the 2 discussion items. So we'd have no change, the minor updates, discussion, then obviously the rolled in language as well. So I kind of pulled those out on the list on the document.
And none of those things are going to happen tonight. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We want to make sure we have the time set aside, because if people want a longer discussion or we need to be editing more documents, we need the lead time to be able to get that done.
Okay, questions on what Dave just said for the no changes, minor updates, and discussion. Discussion on discussion. How do you like that? All right, so Dave, do you and Mila do you need a consensus on that, or without objection?
I think without objection, we'll just continue to move forward in that space. And then, like I said, any changes are going to come before this body. So we wouldn't change anything without a consensus vote. But we're not planning to put on the agenda anything that we're not discussing or changing.
Sounds good. Is there any objection to doing what Dave just said? I'm seeing no shaking heads. All right. Are you ready to move on? All right, what's next then?
Well, then I think that we are on to the issue that is part of Article 12.2, voluntary transfers. And the interest that I shared earlier about seeking to minimize disruption caused by late transfers.
Can I clarify, Mila? Is it an interest? I'm being all processy here. Is it an interest or an issue?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Is it? You're describing an issue that has come up that we need to address. You would like us to address? Correct.
What you said. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because I was a little confused too.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good. So, Mila, do you want to describe what the issue is, or has it been described yet?
I guess it hasn't been described fully, and so I'll direct your attention to the document titled Chart, and it's Article 12.2, and there is a little spot at the bottom for story. The actual article is copy pasted at the top of the document, so I'll let you navigate there, and then I've got to go find a document that I want to share here, so let me.
Okay.
It's not currently in your drive. You probably need to refresh.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Yeah.
So one of the issues that occurs in relation to this article and in summertime, new school year time, is that transfers happen. You know, people do move internally. They're looking for that perfect fit, the ideal job, the promotion to a teacher on a special assignment type of position. And they sometimes those openings occur sort of late in the season, and they end up taking advantage of a late transfer, and there are disruptions that are caused by that. We all know that there's a domino chain that occurs whenever there's an internal opening, and that domino chain is less easily addressed when you are late in the hiring season and there aren't plentiful candidates to backfill your vacancy. So, so I bring this issue on behalf of administrators and district personnel who've expressed that it is very disruptive. I think, as Dave and I talked about it, he shared the feeling. I don't want to speak for you, Dave, but I believe all parties feel this when there's a late transfer of a teammate of yours. The disruption of delay and trying to find a replacement is problematic sometimes. I pulled some numbers, which I'm just going to paste into the story, just so you can see like how big the problem is or isn't. I wasn't sure. I had anecdotes, you know, about how disruptive it felt to have this or that transfer happen. So when I went back then to look at late transfers, and the definition of late is variable or subjective, perhaps. I started with the month of June because I felt like once teachers have left for the school year and you don't have the ability to pull together a interview committee without pulling people back from their vacations, that feels late. You know, while we're still in the school year and everything's cranking along in April and May, it's easier to pull together committees. It's the candidate pool is more plentiful, but we all know that once people go home for their vacation in the summer, it's kind of that's a real shift in the hiring cycle for us. So I pulled June just as a data point. For the last 3 years, I pulled data. So you see the first set of numbers: June 18, July 18, August 18. And the way our data is kept I 49 transfers occurred. Up to 10 of them are likely just position changes inside the same building. Maybe. It was hard to tease out without a whole lot more effort doing a person by person analysis. So I wanted to just be really upfront about, like, it's possible that up to 10 of those were not actual transfers from site to site, but may have been a move from social studies department to Lang Arts department at the same building, or from 3rd grade to 5th grade. But so to just full transparency, so in 2019, you see, 34 changes, 34 transfers. 2 of them may have been just position changes inside of a building. In June and July, it was 21. In August, it was 42. This past summer, 30 and 9 and 46. I ran some averages for you at the bottom. So the June average transfers, nearly 38. July, the average number of transfers, 16. August, the average number of transfers, 37. So that's just a little data around the frequency of this kind of movement and that timing. And so I'll pause there. I think Allison's got her hand up.
Yep, Allison.
Sorry, just to clarify, so when you're talking transfers, you're speaking within the district. So it's somebody going from one middle school in Adams 12 to another middle school, not leaving the district.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Dave.
Just a clarification, just so I make sure I'm interpreting the numbers correctly. When you say occurred in that month, do you mean that it hit the board report on that month, went into effect that month, the job was opened and closed in that month? I'm just trying to understand, like, which part of the process these numbers are capturing.
Yeah, good question. These are coming out of AppleTrack, our applicant management system. And so these represent when the position was offered and accepted, and then the school that lost the person was given clearance to post. So it's the action in that formalizes the hire and then the subsequent vacancy in AppleTrack. These aren't like board reports, because those are always really delayed and cluster up.
Deb?
I'm sorry if you already said this, Mila, but are these actual transfers by choice, or are these at all tied in with reduction in force in a building? Has that been weeded out?
The reduction in force in a building typically happens after the enrollment reserve committees get going, and not until after the school year has begun. We usually wait for things to kind of settle. We wait for the post Labor Day. And so I really don't, we haven't reduced in force at a system level. So the earlier, like June and July numbers wouldn't reflect that. And then I'm just thinking out loud, and Dave, check me for your recollections of our processes, but I feel like any movement of people due to enrollment, hotspots or cool spots, is happening after Labor Day and wouldn't be reflected in these numbers.
I think there is some after Labor, like that Labor Day window is definitely the time, right? And even if those hit in the September or August one, we typically, even in some of the harder years, there are a lot of movements within a building sometimes that might be captured in some of those other numbers that Mila has, like in the parens. But we don't really displace that many staff members due to enrollment reserve, at least in this 3-year window that we're looking at right here. This last year, enrollment reserve was a very strange day because we were giving out enrollment like hotcakes and not collapsing anybody because it was all about COVID numbers and, online sections and that kind of stuff. So there were a lot of so we didn't, this year, those August numbers wouldn't encapsulate any true enrollment reductions and transfers as a result thereof. We did only a handful the year before. I have those data somewhere in my drive here. I could probably find it if the group is interested. And the year before that, it was, once again, only a handful of folks. So in the last 3 years, my recollection is, like I said, this year, none. The 19, a handful, and then and 18, only a handful. Like I said, if it's a point of high interest, I can maybe by a break time add that to story at some point in this conversation. Not at this particular moment. I don't have it at my fingertips, but I do have it somewhere in my drive. I can dig it out.
Deb, did you have more of your hand? Oh, you took it down. Thank you. Any other questions? Allison.
Okay, so this is maybe nitpicky, but August, is this like before the school year started, or when are the bulk of these happening? I know we just changed our contract date, so that would obviously impact that, but are a lot of them happening like very, very beginning of August, or how many are happening once the school year has started? And additional question then, what is the process if a teacher does transfer once the school year started? Are they giving like a 2 weeks notice kind of a scenario, or how does that work?
So I'll try to answer both questions. I'm sorry, I don't have the dates disaggregated for August, and I realize that August does represent two really different times, before school starts and after school starts, and I maybe should have thought of that. So that's not nitpicky, but that's I don't have the balance. I suspect that the vast majority is just in those days right before school starts. Just as I think about the pace around the office, there's just an awful lot of busyness right before school starts for students. And I'm not talking about the definition of school year. I'm talking like right up to the evening before children are in your building. But I would have to get you the numbers on that. As far as the process when teachers apply for an internal transfer, you see a position you like, you apply for it on the AppleTrack, you fill out a short form application. The hiring supervisor is required to interview internal candidates, up to 2 of them, I believe, by our contract. And then, and then you, so you're the internal candidate, you go and meet with the hiring supervisor and you decide if it's a good fit, and it is. So then the conversation between supervisors begins. Marty sees, has interviewed someone that he likes. That employee is working at Kristen's school. So he better be calling Kristen to get a reference before he even makes up his mind. And then, but then in the course of that conversation, I'm sure it's going to come up that, hey, I'm really interested in this teacher. We're thinking about offering her the position for this position or this opening that I have. And Kristen says, you're killing me. You're going to need to, bribe me with lots of treats. I mean, that's kind of the current. And then there is sort of I ask that supervisors work to develop a mutually agreeable transition plan. And we try to keep it in the 2-ish week window, just to be reasonable. Marty living with this vacancy and having kids that need a teacher, Kristen needing to post and get busy trying to find a new hire. I have not ever, some places have said you can't, other districts have considered things like you can't take Kristen's teacher until Kristen has found a replacement. I think that can be really problematic, because candidates are really hard to fill. And so if Kristen drags her feet and takes her time, Marty's left with a vacancy for many, many, many weeks. And not that she's dragging her feet on purpose. She's just not finding, wonderful candidates, as wonderful as the teacher she's about to lose. And so anyway, it's always a negotiation and a cause for tension and disruption to take a teacher from one building into another building at that late point when Kristen doesn't have a lot of time to post and hire and really find the best replacement candidate.
Allison,
did that answer your question,
Yeah.
Allison?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Alice, there, thank you very much. Any other questions for Dave or Mila on this issue? All right, seeing none, I'm going to suggest, you've been at it for almost an hour and a half. I'm going to suggest taking a little break. Dave, if you want to look for that information you talked about, you can, but make sure you get a break as well. Everybody good for a break right about now? All right. How long do you want?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, Roddy, can we do that?
Sure thing.
All right, thank you very much.
Your husband must have been cooking, Mila.
There was dinner service.
So Jim, when we start into story here, do you want to start typing, or do you want to run the show and let me type? Which do you prefer, sir? Jim, you're muted, sir.
That's somewhat what concerns me is I was a misunderstanding then when we were going to use the process and when we're not. So we're not going to use the process to write anything. We're going to try and solve this problem and the issue. Is that where we're going?
Dave, is that right? You're not going through the story and the, okay.
Well, we're going through story, interest, and options right now on
Okay.
this topic right here. We weren't doing story, interest, and options on the writing of the MOAs or anything like that.
Got it.
This, we're now taking story, interest, and options to see what the group feels about this topic.
Okay. So on 12.2, you're wanting to do story, interest, and options.
Yeah, I mean, to just a clarifier, right? The issue isn't necessarily 12.2. The issue is Mila has identified an issue with the difficulty of hiring late vacancies caused by internal transfers. That section of the contract where that lives is 12.2.
Got
so
it.
if we make adjustments, we would make adjustments to that article itself.
So Mila, would you mind adding on 12.2 where you have voluntary transfers, a little more explanation of what we're talking about? That might help folks.
Like a sentence or two,
Yeah.
just a description.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
just up right above the story. That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay.
I did, for those that are keeping track, I was given homework. And I did track down our documents, and all of the collapsing decisions in all 3 years that there were collapse were made after the Labor Day weekend decision. So those numbers aren't reflected. No changes are reflected inside of those. Now, some of those openings, to be fair, could have been places where enrollment reserve added a section to a building, right? Like some of those, the openings that someone moved into could have been caused by enrollment reserve, but the need to move would not be reflected in the August numbers.
Okay.
And I was right on, it was the total number of things. We actually had some really, I'm going to use the word lucky, but in this window of time, we actually reduced very few number of actual classes. What ended up happening more often than not is not filling vacancies that were created in other manners, was how the cool spots were dealt with in different places. Very few were actually forced collapsing of sections.
Okay. So I want to know, I want to make sure before we start into the story on this, that everybody understands what it is about 12.2 we're talking about. So Mila, if you just came in, Mila's typing up right under Article 12.2, voluntary transfers, the issue that you're actually talking about. So as soon as she gets that in, look it over, and if you have questions about what it means, then ask before we start into story, because I want people clear that we're not changing all of 12.2. We're just changing, we're working on the issue that Mila just is typing in right now. So okay, everybody look that over, see if there's any questions. If you understand, then we will start into story, and I'll ask you again the question I asked you before, Jim. Do you want to run the show and let me type, or do you want to type?
You know, let's check out your typing skills.
All right, I can do that. Hang on just a second. Let me get the bullet up there. And does everybody understand the issue? Is there anybody that does not? Allison?
I guess I'm just not sure. Are we like changing a section of 12.2, or we're just talking about that it causes a disruption?
So I guess the issue is that there is a disruption caused. The question is there, and maybe I'm paraphrasing it badly, Mel, you tell me, but the story, interest, and options we're going to walk ourselves through is telling story that this is or is not an issue that needs a fix. Some issues don't need a fix because there's no fix. Some issues, a tweak or an adjustment addresses the issue sufficient enough to make headway on the issue. So through the process of telling the story, we will kind of have a conversation amongst ourselves to figure out what the issues are, if we have an issue that needs to be addressed. I mean, that the issue is big enough that we need to address. Some, like I said, some things are just outside of our control, or the cost of fixing it or changing it is greater than the thing that we're being charged. We don't want to create one problem to solve another. Chris, hand up.
Allison, what I was going to say is if one of the options could be, for example, that either you add something that starts the section in place of 12.2.1, or you add some language into 12.2.1, which currently exists, that says after X date, if you have a vacancy, you can't fill it with any people who are currently employed in Adams 12. I mean, that's just an option, but in terms of a tangible way that this might get addressed, that would be a possibility if people want to explore things other than a status quo sort of solution.
Thanks,
so
Chris.
We'd have to add something, and probably near the start would be my gut.
Okay. Everybody understand the issue now? All right, Jim, whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
So Milo, do you have more that you'd like to add as far as what you've gathered here?
No, I'll let that stand as my contribution to story for the moment, and I'll take my turn in the next round.
All right. We're ready to move forward then with story. Raise your hand if you'd like to start. Dave.
Many of the domino chains of vacancies are started for net positive reasons. I.e., we need to hire a new instructional coach, and we pull the best person to get that, who just so happens to be a fifth grader in a building, a fifth grade teacher at a building. Or we need to get a new coordinator or something to that effect.
So Dave, do you have access to the document you're typing on now?
This, Dave?
Right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm typing on the document right under where Mila had put her information
Okay,
in.
got it now. I got it.
Yep.
All right. Marty, what do you have for us?
Nothing right now.
All right. Kathy,
Transfers take place at all times of the year.
I'm just going alphabetical here. Kristen,
Pass.
Ian,
Pass.
Matt,
I think I'll pass.
Mila,
Well, I've set it up in describing the issue. Late transfers do cause disruption for teammates and students.
Linda,
Transfers will generally have to have one set of students have a substitute, whether we're looking at the teacher who wants to transfer from school A to school B, or the kids in school B are going to have a substitute until school A is filled. So I guess from my perspective, what's best for kids?
So Linda, you were kind of glitching out on me there in the middle. Would you read and see if I got what you said down?
I have to find the document again. I'm sorry. Do you want to go on and then I'll come back and
Yes,
after I've looked at it?
We can sure do that. Thanks, Linda.
Okay.
Allison,
There are many different reasons people may choose to leave or transfer out of a position.
Teresa,
When a transfer happens, it creates more time. We have to invest more time to hire another candidate that's qualified.
Is that what you said, Teresa?
Yes.
Okay.
Deborah,
I think between Dave and Allison, my story is up there.
Michelle,
All right, I hope I'm understanding this issue correctly. So I'm going to say withholding a district employee from a position by restricting transfers guarantees another position being filled by someone unfamiliar with the district.
Would you say the last part of it for me again, Michelle?
Guarantees the unfilled position is being filled by someone unfamiliar with the district.
Thank you.
Bo,
I have strong feelings, but I think that round comes in the interest, so I'm going to pass.
okay. Chris,
Oh, no.
I don't know who said, oh no, hopefully whatever I have to say is not that scary. I'm trying to think of how to succinctly say this in chart paper form. I'll just share out the high level concept first. When I most often hear about this issue of late transfer or change, it's usually in the context of someone in a school on the south end of the district taking a position in the north end of the district. And the school on the south end of the district says, even in the best of times in the ideal hiring cycle, we tend to have fewer candidates and struggle to find the right person. And doing it late in the game, we're not going to be able to find a good person most likely. And we're going to have a long-term vacancy that sets back our team and our kids. So that's what I most often hear. I guess to succinctly say that late transfers tend to most adversely affect schools on the south end of the district. Might be a way to frame that. And I would invite people to add to that, subtract to that, challenge it. It's just my perception from what I've heard back in some of the chatter.
I would love to add to that if I could.
All right,
let's hear it. Maybe it's another part.
I think, Chris, you're correct. But I'd also add that sometimes it can be instigated by administrative team transfers. So you get a new administrative team and then people leave because they liked that set of administrators.
So Allison, is it all right if we put that as a separate part of the story?
Sure.
I'll just drop it down.
Yeah.
So can I just make one clarification also, or comment, which is that this very much like the 3-5 day hiring thing that we just got done with. Can people tell stories like what Chris just said, like what has happened in the past, what kind of problems have come up specifically regarding this issue? I have absolutely never seen a transfer or whatever. So if people could tell their personal experiences about it, that'd be great. Helpful.
Okay,
also,
Jim.
did the whole chart just get deleted?
Yeah, something just happened to the chart and I don't have it anymore.
Control Z, Control Z.
That's what I was gonna say, Control Z.
Undo.
Yeah, Dave, you're gonna have to do it because you're the one that
yeah, did it. Control Z.
How in the heck did I do it? Okay, I hit Control Z. It didn't come back. Hang on just a second, folks.
Just hit it a bunch of times.
Control Z a bunch of times.
Yeah, keep hitting it.
Just keep doing it.
Control V, right? Not Z.
No, Control V will paste it. You don't want to do that. Control Z undoes whatever you did if you deleted it.
I've hit the heck out of it, and I don't know what I did.
If you cut it, you could do Control V to paste. If you did Control X, but either way, it should undo it when you Control Z.
It's not undoing it, folks.
Okay.
God.
Everybody.
Last edit. Hang on. It's still.
Just a second,
click
please.
last edit, and it's all there.
Just a minute, please.
Right?
Don't try last edit, Dave.
I did, and I've got what, I don't know if you can see it. I've got a whole bunch of, I think, red language that's all crossed through.
Oh, yeah.
This is really weird. I've never
Dave-
had this
Dave,
happen before. Yes.
Just start taking more story. It'll take me a second, but I'll get the rest of it passed back on the top. So
Okay. So Allison, would you say yours one more time that you added to Chris, and I'll put it in here, and then we'll, oh, something just came back.
Oh,
Life is good, isn't it?
Well, except we didn't get the story back. We got the
No.
12 back, but not the story.
That was just paste.
Does anybody explain? Can anybody explain to me what the heck I just did?
I was just, I don't know, maybe it's me that put I was just playing with the previous versions. And I clicked on the one, if anybody's on it, of Mila and Dave. And that's when 12 came back. But
Okay, I'm back to a blank slate again. Sorry, you guys.
yeah, the story went away. I don't know.
okay. Let's
Oh,
just
did
now
it?
maybe Lockley can try to find it because I feel like now I'm seeing everybody said the last edit was made by different people. And so we're all just like screwing
Yeah,
it up.
All right.
Jim, let's go ahead and continue. Allison, would you give me yours again, and I'll put it in here because I think that's what I was trying to adjust when it went away.
Yeah, mine was a tag on to Chris. So Chris had said that it adversely affects South End schools most
Right.
frequently.
Correct. Mhm.
And just adding on to that, I feel like it also affects the you see it happen a lot at those South End schools when you do the administration team shuffle. Because then people follow the administrative team they liked.
Now, I didn't put it in just exactly like you said it, but would you read it to see if that's what you meant, or if I need to add or take away from anything?
I really like administrative team souffle.
Souffle, yeah.
Excellent autocorrect.
That looks great.
All right, man. I'll tell you what, guys. I'm having a fun night. Gee, mini Christmas. What am I doing here? I don't know if it's my computer or me or what, but let me try again here. There we go. All right, Jim. I think we're ready to continue. I apologize, folks.
And then I believe was it Sandy saying that you hadn't seen that, she wanted some examples. And some of us give, I assume it doesn't have anything to do with direction. They don't want to move further north. There's some other issues in there. Is that correct? It isn't like they want shorter days, so we move further north.
Jim,
What
I don't
is it?
know. I don't know if it's my computer or if it's everybody hearing it, but you're breaking up when you're talking. Murphy's Law just hit, folks.
Does that help?
Yeah, you sound okay now.
Okay. I assume that it's nothing to do with direction, that your people aren't moving because they like shorter days in the winter. But there must be something that's in the back there that's somewhat being unsaid, maybe because all of you understand the district better than I might. What are the issues with people moving? And Sandy hadn't seen it happen.
So Jim, I'm
Yes.
happy to jump in. I think the additional part of the narrative that I hear attached is our southern part of the district has a higher incidence of poverty and a higher incidence of second language learners and families in distress and trauma and challenge. And I think often our staff members get worn out from dealing with those circumstances and often seek work in demographic settings that might not be as intense. And I say that not to diminish the challenges and the work that comes throughout our entire system. There's certainly tremendous demands in serving parts of our northern community, parts all throughout. But what I often hear from educators is that when I'm working with lots of families in trauma, lots of students who come from very challenging economic circumstances, that I feel more exhausted by that work than I might in other assignments, and that I seek something in the more better resource part of our community, which tends to be on the north end. And again, just passing on what I hear, people should feel free to say that that's not accurate or to add or subtract to the story.
And I just abridged the heck out of it, Chris. So would you read what I put in, and then I think Mila added north on the end of what I put in.
So I'm going to give Milo my proxy. I'm a little bit like Linda, not in the best position to follow the written story. So Mila, if you're good, I'm good.
All right,
Okay.
Mila's saying yes. Jim?
Does that help, Sandy? Okay. Heather, I think we were down to you.
Yeah, Marty has
Heather
his hand
Gracious.
up. Marty has his hand up.
Okay. Marty.
I can wait my turn. Either way.
Okay. All right, let's wait your turn then. And we're down to Nancy.
Well, I have part of.
Oh, you have one? Okay.
In special ed, transfers will need to be replaced most often with a hard to fill. It's a hard to fill position.
Can you explain like what that means? Does it does it require, I mean, I need an explanation for what that means and how that's from a regular position to fill.
So a lot of times, most often, the positions in special education do not have a lot of applicants. And so they will go unfilled for multiple weeks or months, if not longer. So that's basically what I mean. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm just wondering how that's different versus a regular posting versus a transfer. Are they always hard to fill, or is there virtually no difference if it's a transfer, a late transfer, or does that make it even more hard to fill? I'm just trying to figure out the difference.
Yeah, because of the time of year, typically, it becomes even more hard to fill. We can fill positions. Our, prime hiring time is, March, April, May. And once you get closer to a school year, the pools have dried up. So there are not a lot of applicants out there.
Nancy.
I think what I want to say is kind of opposite of what Shelley did. The position being left then will be filled with a person that's unfamiliar with the district. In all probability.
I think that's true if we're saying that, I mean, either position, whether the one that's vacated or the one that's unfilled, will, by not allowing a district person to fill that position, it guarantees that whichever one we're talking about is going to be filled by someone outside our district.
Right. I just didn't know whether to add it to yours or what. So.
Yeah. And folks, let's be careful not to get into debate. We're putting
Right.
story up. So make sure we're going down through that. So thanks.
This is your story, not someone else's. So let's make sure it stays separate. And we're down to Laura. Laura.
No worries. I know this isn't my real story, but somebody asked about sharing stories of transfers, and I was across the hall once upon a time from somebody who then transferred. It was like 7 weeks in, it was a while in or something, and then there was a vacancy, and then there were a bunch of subs that like rolled in, so it was a disaster. But anyway, but my actual story for the typing of the things is that whether somebody transfers into the position or that or they hire at the school where the vacancy is, there's a vacancy somewhere that has to be filled that may be tricky to be filled. That's my story.
Dave Lockley.
So this may end up being two parts of this. It's one story, but it may be in two parts. There is not a requirement to hire an in-district person if they apply for a posting. In the end, the administrator makes the choice to offer the job.
Thanks, whoever's helping me correct here. Thanks, Mila. And the second part, Dave, give it to me again.
Yep. In the end, the choice to offer the job is that of the administrator.
Marty.
When you hire in the middle of the year somebody from another school, it creates an opening, which then can often be filled by somebody else from another school within the district. So the effect is cascading. And so when you don't fill an open position in the middle of the year with somebody outside of the system, you're in effect creating an absence, a vacancy in a position somewhere in the system for an undetermined amount of time. And then to add on to Heather's, what she says about special ed teachers and being hard to fill is true with all hard to fill positions. Science teachers, ELL teachers, behavior specialists, it goes on.
So is there a list of hard to fill positions or a definition?
Yeah, there is. There's a list that we agree on. But I would also add to that list similarly, I think this reflects what Chris is saying. Schools impacted by poverty, I would say that all of their positions are hard to fill. The amount of applicants you get at a school that is highly affected by poverty is lower by a significant number than the number of applicants you get in schools that are not impacted. That is doubly, or I don't know if double is the right number, but that is additionally impacted if it is in the middle of the school year.
Kathy. Just met Kathy Davidson, just about finished with it.
I just wanted to capture what Marty just said about it being in the middle of the school year. I've got it. Go ahead.
Okay, Kathy. Kathy, do you have something for a story?
I think she's having technical difficulty.
Yeah, looks like it.
Kristen.
Kristen had to check out. She's got some late breaking quarantine action, and so she's off dealing with that.
Thanks. Ian.
I'll also pass. Everything I was thinking about the how those hard to fill positions compound this issue, regardless of where those are at. Those hard to fill positions across the district do compound these late transfers and the issue that arises from the late transfers.
Matt.
I think I'll pass. I think everything I was thinking is up there.
Mila.
Last year, this is not chart language. Let me just talk for a minute.
Sure.
Last year, Ian actually served on a subcommittee of this group, the compensation compensation committee had, you may recall, 3 subgroups. There was a group working on CTE, salary advancement, and there was a group working on teacher leadership, and there was a subgroup of the comp committee working on incentives. And we were exploring ideas around recruiting, and we were trying to define issues around hard to fill, like, is it hard to fill positions or subject areas, or is it hard to staff schools? And we were doing a lot of work and thinking about where are the difficulties and what are the root causes. And Ian may remember some of that. And we saw a presentation from one of my team who shared with us some data, because we had this working theory that schools of poverty would be harder to staff. It feels like that. And so we wanted to look at some of the numbers to support that. And what we determined is, yes, to a degree, their candidate pools are smaller, but what was more typical, or what drove the small candidate pools, was time of year. The later it got, just exponentially harder. Candidate pools were slight. So I guess my chart language is time of year and subject are the biggest issues when it comes to hiring in high needs schools. There was documentation that high needs schools have slightly smaller candidate pools as well. But at later time of year, they're hugely smaller. Ian, does that jive with your recollection of that data?
Yes, it does. That those 2 factors were greater than any other determinable factor.
Sandy,
I'll pass.
Linda,
I'm having some internet connection issues. I think you said my name and I'm going to pass.
okay, thank you. Allison, back to you.
Currently, we allow for people to move freely within the system if they apply and are qualified and selected for the position.
Did I get it all, Allison?
They should be, we allow them to move freely within our system.
Oh, got it. Thank you. Does that look right? Okay. Thanks, Allison.
Teresa,
I'm going to pass.
Deb,
This one's going to kind of piggyback on one that was said earlier, along the lines that there are many different reasons people choose to leave or transfer. Keeping an unhappy teacher in a position during the school year might result in that teacher leaving the district entirely at the end of the school year, instead of just leaving the school.
Michelle,
Pass. Pass.
Heather Espinoza,
Deb, you're like reading my mind. Transfers allow us to retain high quality employees.
I'm determined to leave the S out of transfers. I can tell you that right now.
Bo,
Pass.
Chris,
So this is just another piece that I've heard from folks, that after the first duty day, transfers that occur after that time disrupt teamwork at grade levels or in departments that is formed as people have in-service days together before students come.
I'm going to ask you to say it one more time, Chris, please.
Yes, that transfers made in terms of educators after the first duty day disrupt team development and common planning and approach that was formed in service days before students report to school. Miley, you have my proxy again.
Heather Gracious.
Transfers can help someone achieve their career goals.
Nancy.
I think Chris captured mine in what he said.
Laura.
Pass.
Dave Lockley.
Although all transfers and vacancies are disruptive, the largest disruptions I've experienced came after administrators were transferred after the end of the school year.
Okay, say it after disruptive, Dave.
Yeah, you're making me think about it harder.
Sorry.
All transfers and vacancies are disruptive. However, in my personal experience, administrative transfers after, so administrators transferring after the end of the school year are far more and are the most disruptive.
Dave, do you want to check that?
Yeah, please do.
I'm just going to add one word and then it's correct.
Okay.
Oh, and actually, sorry. There's two words that I'm changing. Sorry.
No problem.
You had after the beginning and I meant after the end of the school year. So during the summer months.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Marty.
Pass.
Kathy.
Pass.
Kristen is still out.
Yep.
Ian.
Pass.
Matt.
Pass.
Mila.
Late vacancies will cause an external candidate to be hired somewhere, right? To the point we've been talking about before. There's always going to be somebody new having to come into the system. So late vacancies will cause an external candidate to be hired somewhere. Late transfers spread that disruption to one or sometimes more schools, referencing the cascading effect that sometimes happens.
Sandy,
Pass.
Linda,
Pass.
Allison,
Pass.
Ressa,
I think about, I don't know how to, I think about culture of our district, the culture and climate and relationships. And sometimes when those transfers occur, it can cause some trust to be broken or concern about someone moving. I guess I don't know. I feel like I captured it. And I don't know if anybody has anything to add, but I just want, I feel like we have to add that piece of climate and culture and
So,
respect.
Teresa, by that, do you mean that if there's a vacancy and somebody hires someone out of your school to fill it, that the principal or staff might be mad at that other principal and other school for hiring somebody off the team after the school year started? Or can you talk more about that?
Yes, I just feel like, I mean, we don't necessarily stay angry with one another, but I think there's a mutual respect and conversations that we have with each other about transfers or movement. And so thinking about that, trying to keep those relationships positive, just I want it to be part of the story as we consider the movement, the transfer.
Yeah, Teresa, I abridged it quite a bit. Would you read and make sure that that's what you said and let me know if there's more?
Yes, let me take a look at it.
You bet.
Yeah, I think it's I don't know if it's district personnel. I would say it's more around between administrators.
Okay. So if I add this, did that capture it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for being patient with me.
Deb,
Allowing a teacher to transfer in the middle of the year might be the best thing for the mental health of that teacher and for the culture of that school.
Michelle,
Pass.
Heather Espinoza,
I'll pass.
Bo,
Passing for now.
Chris,
So mine is a question really to Mila and Dave and others. I'm just curious on the 7-day, 5-day piece. There was some discussion about practice in other districts. Part of what I've heard or perceived is that there are some other districts in our region that have deadlines by which you won't have internal transfers within the system. If that's true, it'd be interesting to know which districts might have that and if there's any feedback or data or reports back about how it's worked. Because I think there's a lot of what I and others are putting in a story about potential benefits and detriments and implications. And I'm just wondering if there's anything that we might know or hear from others who've gone down a different path than us that could be part of the story.
So I can talk about a couple, and we can pull up specific examples if we get into the option space and want more specific like numbers and that kind of stuff. But it runs the whole gambit in the region. Some districts don't have very little provisions in their contracts or maybe hiring practices where principals just are told don't do it. But as far as contract work goes, it ranges from thou cannot interview anyone or accept a transfer to, you have to wait till the next person is hired, to you can do transfers, but only at the end of a grading period, and others like ours that are just more free. Transfers happen when transfers happen approach. I think it runs the whole gambit. I will tell you that every district has the same problem of hiring people after the beginning of the school year, whether they have transfer problems or not. They all complain about it. The biggest thing that my colleagues tell me from other places, in districts that have provisions that say teachers can't transfer, or there's limitations, exceptions are always made by the district when, I'm just going to use these words, when it's beneficial for them to let someone move from an assignment to an assignment. And that causes a lot of tension between teachers and the district, and is always a bone of contention and comes up often in negotiations. Well, you tell us we can't do it, but you accept those transfers when it's a position that you would like, whether it's for a position at the ESC or as an administrator or, whatever it is. It does run the whole gambit of all of it. At the end of the day, I'm not aware of any district, and maybe Mila can correct me, but that requires people to be transferred. At the end of the day, it's always an administrator making a hiring decision, regardless of when the timeline for the transfer application window is. Anything you want to add, Mila?
No, I think you captured it. It varies widely around the area.
Heather Gracious.
Pass.
Nancy.
Pass.
Laura.
Pass.
We've had quite a few passes now. If you have one, would you put up your hand or signal that you have it? Allison.
I guess this is a personal story. I have worked for administrators who have held the philosophy that if you don't want to be there, they want to help you find a place where you will be happy. I think other people have brought that up, but instead of taking it as a knock to them and more work for them, they're like, if you're not happy here, let's figure out where you're going to be happy in our district. And they just frame it so differently. And I think in addition, it also made people really want to stay. And I watched people follow them from school to school. So it's a mindset. It's really, I'm having a hard time kind of listening to some of this conversation because it seems like other districts really take away the freedom of their employees. And it doesn't sound like they're valued as an asset. They're more like a good that then is restricted in trade once you hit a certain time of year. And that just feels very wrong. And I get that it's an issue for administrators. Yeah.
So Allison, is there something you want to put in story about what you just said?
There are administrators who will make every effort to help you find a position that's right for you, whether that means transferring middle of the year or beginning of the year.
Marty.
I think that many administrators have that philosophy, Allison, and this discussion is really more around the timing of facilitating that and its impact on students. You know, students only get one chance of having a 7th grade science teacher or a 3rd grade teacher. And so I think the concern is, and I believe, you know, Linda talked about this and its effect on students, and, you know, seeing the impact on students of having an inconsistent teacher in a classroom for a long period of time in the middle of the year is a concern.
So Marty, what would you ask Dave to capture his story?
You don't want to get all that, Dave?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
I would say that honoring teachers' ability to move is a tradition in this district, and transfers in the middle of the school year can have a prolonged negative impact on students. I wasn't as short as I wanted it to be when I started, but that's what I could do.
I think I got it, Marty.
Okay. Allison.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay. All right, no problem. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add?
Mila's hands up, Jim.
Mila.
Just waving at you. I think reluctance by administrators to make a late transfer results in a kind of a false freedom for teachers, right? And this is not chart language, but I'll just say that, you know, right now we have no restrictions on when you can move. But if the de facto reality is that the administrators don't want to ruin culture, don't want to ruin relationships, don't want to disrupt another school or cascade a problem, they won't hire the teacher. And then it's a false, it's false. And so Dave and I talk a lot about, let's get the language aligned to what our actual practice is, and in other contexts. And this is a situation where I feel like there may be a need to align language to practice. Not to say that there aren't exceptions and there aren't late hires made one administrator to another, regardless of all that I just said about culture and about not wanting to cause disruption. But I think if administrators are reluctant to offer a late transfer, then a teacher is applying and it's just a setup for frustration.
And Dave captured some things there. Will that work, Mila, for your story? Dave Lockley.
I think we're, I have a piece of story, but I just want to say, I think we're teetering on debate in our storytelling. And so I will stick with, you know, factual, not perceptual pieces in my story, and say that no matter what happens, a set of kids will have either a prolonged substitution or a late hire when there is a vacancy.
Anyone else?
Bo's
Oh.
got his hands up. Yep.
When we have a vacancy in learning services that falls after this opportune window that we've defined as the now 5-day window, we welcome in-district transfers, and if they're the best candidate, we will hire them, but we are explicit that if they apply outside of that preferred hiring window, in other words, when the school year is about to start or has started, we let them know that we will not have them start the jobs until the school does a hiring process and finds the candidate that they feel is best for their school, not that they have to get it done by a certain time, all the way through the end of the school year until the prime hiring window is open to do that. Mr. McCarthy was on the giving end of that process recently, where we had a teacher from his school who we wanted to join our ELL team, and we gave him as much time as he needed till he found what he felt was a suitable replacement. So it was known to the candidate, known to the school, but we certainly in learning services are not going to disadvantage a school or students in that space. So value our internal applicants when they're the best candidate. But for us, when we do that, modeling the way and making sure the school's taken care of first is important. And I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah, Bo, would you read what I got? I think most of it, but would you read and make sure I captured what you said?
That's
All
great,
right.
Dave. Well done.
Anyone else? Story. Somewhere, Linda.
I think it's important that we remember that a principal is only obligated to interview 2 teachers who've applied for a transfer. And so it would be up to them to make certain that the 2 that they interviewed were the candidates they were really interested in.
Allison.
I guess mine's sort of more of a clarifying question, because I feel like we started talking about June, July, and August, and now we've sort of veered into the middle of the year. So they are not one and the same. I think personally, June is very different than August, which is also very different than the middle of the year. So I guess I'm not, I don't know if we're, maybe Dave's point that we're just kind of like getting debatey or something and should.
It happens,
Right.
Allison.
As I understand it, you're looking at transfers within the district, regardless of when they take place. Am I right about that or not?
So I think we can debate on when it starts, but it's after the previous school year ends is what I believe Mila was identifying as the issue. That's why she put up the June, July, August numbers, but it's internal transfers for that current year after the end of the previous year. So as an example, you know, if I took a job, if the job was open right now for a job next September, that's fine. That's next year, that's next contract year. But if that same job, Mila, is, you know, with those dates, opens up in June or July or August, that's when the issue that I think she's raising. Is that correct, Mila?
Yeah, that's correct and well said. And I would just add that I think part of the option space might be to define what is late, what's a late transfer, to your point, Allison.
Okay. Anyone else on story? Remember, we can go back and add stories as we need to. Would you like a short break before you move to interests? Allison's saying yes. How long a break do you want? 10 minutes again? 5 minutes? Anyone go for 4? Let's do a 5-minute break.
Jim, I was looking at your chair when you got out of it there. I think you and I are sitting in the exact same chair.
Well, that's maybe the same chair, but not the exact same chair because we can't occupy the same space.
Okay, I got you.
Do you want to keep typing or do you want me to type?
I can go through the interests at least. I'm good. Unless
right.
I mean, I failed your typing test. You said, let's see how you do with typing. And I think I failed that because I just deleted the entire document. So do you want me to continue typing? That's more of the question.
Well, I want you to do it till you get it right, David.
Oh God, we're going to be here all night then. That's it. Mila, I appreciate your edits as we're going along too. That helps me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And Dave Musser, I have an elephant to address with you, which is that you are too hard on yourself and you apologize too much.
Well, Sandy, I'm sorry about that. I honestly do not know what I did that the whole document was all of a sudden gone. Does anybody have any idea? I have no idea what I did, but boy, I was in a panic there for a minute.
Yeah, you somehow you were clicking to highlight or to select something, and you clicked too many times and it selected the whole thing. And you hit the backspace part.
Oh man.
Sure.
I probably couldn't do that again if I tried, Dave.
Probably not. Probably not.
I hope not,
I
anyway.
think we can talk you through it. We can talk you through it, Dave. Don't sell yourself short. Okay, we're going to do interests. Remember, the interest answers the question why. And the reason it was put in the process is so people used to jump right to options. So if you're having trouble thinking of options, think of an option and then ask yourself, what do you wish to accomplish with that? Why do you want to do that? And that'll answer the question why, and that'll be the interest. So who'd like to walk us down the interest? First one.
I can't raise my hand, but I could go first because I'm about to leave school and then I'm going to turn my camera off if you want. Sorry.
All right. Give us an interest there, Laura.
I have an interest in doing what is best for everybody. So students, admin, teachers, staff, support staff, etc.
Okay, let's go in reverse order this time, if that's all right. Nancy?
I have an interest in, not trying to say this, keeping a team intact that is ready to go at the beginning of the year.
Other dishes.
I'm going to pass for now.
Chris?
I'm going to pass too.
Bo?
I have an interest in administrators and teachers not scrambling for a replacement just before or during the year because a teacher was hired at another Adams 12 school.
Jeez.
Heather?
I'm going to pass for now.
Michelle?
I have an interest in hiring the most qualified candidate for any vacancy.
Deborah?
Well, Michelle was a mind reader. I'll pass for now.
Okay. Teresa?
I'm going to pass.
Allison?
I have an interest in getting people into the best job for them.
Linda.
I need to go back to story for a minute, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
There are positions in the district that have limited availability. As an example, a counselor. There are only so many counselor positions in the district. Sometimes those limited kinds of positions are very difficult to transfer into. So I would want us to be able to allow, I can use myself as an example. I attained a counseling degree, and sometimes you have to wait your turn for an opening to even happen. So I would hate to think that someone has gotten a different degree, spent the money on it, spent the time, acquired new skills, that they couldn't apply for a position because it was in the middle of the year. Do you understand that, Dave?
I think so. There are positions in the district that have limited availability. Sometimes those limited kinds of positions are very difficult to transfer into. And then what did you want more on that? You said some other things, but
I just, as those kinds of positions come up, whether it's at whatever time of year, I think teachers should be allowed to apply for that transfer. And then I have an interest.
okay, hang on just a second. There we go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I have an interest in making certain that teachers can transfer to a different position whenever, if they feel that's the best fit for them.
Sandy.
Similar to Linda's, but I just want to add on. I have an interest in, what did I say? I have an interest in giving teachers voice and choice in their jobs.
Sorry, Sandy.
Dave, you want to change the there to a different one?
What did you say, Jim? Oh, yeah, thank you.
Change there?
Yeah, might want to do that. Thank you.
Mila.
I have an interest in minimizing the competition between schools and the perception of winners and losers. If we
Matt.
I would have an interest in minimizing disruption to classes and teams once the school year starts.
Ian.
I was going to thank Matt for including those student interests. I also have an interest in students maintaining their class environment, including their teacher, service provider, whoever it may be.
Kathy,
I have an interest in hiring processes that make Adams 12 a magnet district.
Mike,
Pass.
Dave Lockley,
I have an interest of not having vacancies. Make sure you get that down correctly, Dave.
I think I did. It was kind of long, but I got it.
Laura, we're back to you.
Oh.
I was hoping y'all would. I have an interest in, please tell me, it cut out for a second, so please tell me if somebody already said this, but I have an interest in, like Teresa said, maintaining a positive climate and culture.
Nancy,
Pass.
Heather,
Pass.
Chris,
Pass.
Bo,
I have an interest in administrators or hiring managers at both schools committing to open, transparent, and supportive conversations.
Say it one more time, Bo.
I have an interest in administrators or hiring managers within Adams 12 committing to open, transparent, and mutually supportive conversations.
Heather,
Pass.
Michelle,
I have interest in teachers not having to sacrifice career goals due to timing of a vacancy.
Shelley, would you look at that? You cut out, so I wanted to make sure I got what you said.
Not completely. I would like you to add due to timing of the vacancy.
Due to timing of the vacancy? Does that look right? Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say me, Jim?
I did.
I haven't, this may already be it up there. I have an interest in doing what's best to create a positive culture at the school, on a team, and for an individual teacher. And the school, Dave.
Gotcha.
Teresa.
I think Bo really hit on what I wanted to say, but I do have another interest. I have an interest in providing a supportive and uncomplicated transition.
Allison.
I have an interest in not penalizing people or restricting their opportunities because of timing or the fact that they work in hard to fill positions or schools.
Linda.
Pass.
Sandy.
Sorry, I'm just reading away. Pass.
Mila.
I'll pass.
Matt.
I'll pass.
Ian.
Pass.
Kathy.
Pass.
Marty.
He passes, Jim.
Dave. Lockley.
Pass.
If you have an interest, raise your hand. Chris.
Actually a part of story. So my belief is that there was a fairly significant amount of anger by many when Mike Paskowitz left as superintendent after the start of this school year in 2009, that there was significant anger in Jefferson County as Jason Glass left as the school year was starting, that there was significant anger in Douglas County when Dr. Tucker left as the school year was starting. And I would submit that parents will have similar anger when teachers move from the classroom with their child, even though a unique opportunity comes forward for them in the employment space once the school year has started.
What would you like captured of that, Chris, in chart language?
I'm trying to get it. Hang on just a second, Chris. I think I've got it.
Okay.
I guess the way I would paraphrase that is, in my experience, when it comes to both staff and colleagues or parents, I see less understanding about seizing a unique job opportunity if it comes at the detriment of a team and in terms of continuity with students.
Okay, Chris, that's different than what I put up there. Do you want to add that to story as well? But
sure, I'll put both parts up.
Okay. Okay, say the last one for me one more time. Then I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah, just in my experience, there's not a lot of understanding by teammates and by parents about someone pursuing a unique job opportunity when it comes at the detriment of a team or continuity of instruction with somebody's child.
All right, and did you have an interest out of that?
No, I just want to put that in the story.
Got it. Jim, Allison has her hand up.
Allison,
I have an interest in not having someone on my team who doesn't want to be there.
anyone else? Any other interests? We can come back and add interests if you'd like to. You want a short break before we go to options, or are you ready to do options? Ready for options?
And Jim, I'm going to have you type them if that's all right.
I doubt if it'll be all right, but it might be okay.
My brain and my fingers are working at different speeds. I hate to say it. So, all right. Remember that the options are brainstorming. Anything goes. Please do not judge options until you get into your straw designs. And we're going to start with Allison option. Yes, Jim.
I did not see that coming. I was just taking a drink of water.
Hey, good, because Jim, I want to make sure Jim's ready. Sorry, Allison.
Okay.
Let's give it a shot.
All right, Allison, go for it.
Defining a late transfer as a late transfer as within the or past the time frame where you could post and hire a person, like the whole interview process. I don't know what you call that. Mila, I'm sure you have a
And are you saying that many days before what? The students start, or the start of the school year as we define it?
So yeah, like the late transfer would be before students come. Yeah, well, maybe before the first day. I could be okay with before the first day. But like late transfers being before teachers report for their duty days, the number of days it would take to go through the posting and interviews to then hire. So that's what, like 7 to 10 days?
Yeah, the hiring thing is a real question. I'm not arguing or anything. I'm just pointing out that that's highly variable.
What's the fastest it could happen?
Marty?
Marty
5
knows.
days maybe. Marty knows.
Okay.
All right, Linda, an option.
I'm going to pass right now.
Thank you. Sandy.
Leave the wording in Article 12 as is.
Okay. Matt.
I think I'm going to pass right now.
Okay. Mila.
Allow application for transfer that occurs after August 1st. Only with mutual consent of both hiring managers.
All right. Ready, Jim?
Let's try it.
Okay. Teresa.
I feel like Mila's already stated this, but I'm gonna, because I'm not sure. So creating a process between administrators that creates a smooth transition.
Deborah.
Pass.
Shelley.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay. Heather Espinoza.
I'm not sure just yet.
Okay. Heather Gracious.
Yeah, I'm not either. I'll
All
pass
right.
it.
Okay. Bo.
Establish an extended timeline for late transfers so that when he doesn't have to sacrifice the opportunity.
I think we missed the last part of that. So that when, what again, Bo?
Sorry, I'm getting a little, my internet is unstable. I apologize for that.
No problem.
Can you hear me now okay?
Yes.
So the second part was so that the school that's going to have the vacancy has enough time to fill it or sufficient time to fill it, but the employee doesn't have to sacrifice the preferred opportunity.
Okay. All right.
Does that capture, Paul?
Yeah, Jim, I think that's the gist of it. Thanks.
All right. Chris.
Limit or preclude transfers for hard to fill positions as defined in the master agreement after the first duty day. Violet, you're still my eyes.
That works.
Yep, I think so. Ian.
I'd like to formalize and publish a definition of late term transfers. I don't know if we've been using the term late transfers or late term transfers.
Yeah, he's got late term transfers. Is that all right, Ian?
I believe so, if we're referring to
Okay.
the same thing.
Sounds good. Thanks. Kathy.
So I'm not sure how to put this in chart language or if it's even like a real idea. So you
Okay.
guys can all let me know. But it feels like we should eliminate avoidable late transfers? Like, if there's new positions being created that's gonna mess everything up, it should align with the year. But I don't know if that's actually an option. I'm not understanding all the causes of late transfers, so I guess I don't have options to stop it except to, minimize the number of late transfers by aligning job openings and postings as much as possible with the standard year. Dave, are you going to tell me how much I did?
Yeah, I was waiting for Jim to catch up here a little bit.
Okay.
So Dave Lockley, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you look at the list of like specifically looking at like August and really the summertime positions in general, and Mila, of course, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but the majority of those that we're looking at are not created by brand new positions. It's not like someone added, the director of something or other, or even for the most part, adding of new sections to classes. Although we do add new sections to both high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools, that's not the majority of those those numbers. In my experience, the majority are caused by either late resignations or people who have been hired and then tell us thanks but no thanks late in the game. Milo, would you agree with that?
I would concur with that. Or the third category is there was one vacancy earlier in the summer, and it took somebody from school A. And then so school A now has a vacancy in the middle of the summer, took a few weeks. And if they chose somebody from school C, now school C is stuck with a vacancy very late. So the cascade can sometimes push a domino into a very late window.
And Marty, you're nodding your head yes. Yeah, go ahead. Jim?
Dave, what would you like captured in story about what you just said? Anything or all of it?
I feel like we've already talked about it in a couple of different ways about there being multiple different reasons. I guess the story piece I would add is that most late openings are caused by, vacancies created not by the choice of the district or the building, I guess, at that point.
And I believe that Marty did have the cascading effect that Mila talked about in the story already. I think that was Marty's.
Most late openings are caused by personal choices.
Okay. All right, Marty, option.
I'd like to add a little something to the story first.
Okay.
I think it's been, I don't know if we want to call it tradition or culture, to try and move an internal transfer to their new school as soon as possible and not really take into consideration the filling of the position at the previous school when it's between two schools. So that's the story.
Hang on just a second, Marty. Let's let Jim get the story down. I think he may need you to repeat it real quick, but I think he's getting it.
I'm not sure I can, but I'll try.
All right. I think he's getting it, Marty.
My thoughts are fleeting.
Yeah. Especially at this time of night, huh?
Yeah.
And I haven't captured that yet, Marty. It's not the first position filled, but the.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go down to the,
So add an option.
okay, now come down to the options.
Right.
And go ahead, Marty.
I mean, I think this is similar to what Bo's saying. So if it is, I apologize. But to inform all parties involved that the consideration and the timeline for hire at the school that's being vacated needs to be considered for the timing of the transfer.
Needs to do what, Marty? I missed that part.
I think that the person applying for the transfer needs to know that when the transfer will be granted in consideration with how long it takes for their position to be filled. And so, I mean, by all parties, I mean, I think that means the hiring manager at the, trying to fill that position, and then the person applying for the transfer.
Okay. Dave Lockley.
I think my options have all been shared at this point. I'm at
Okay.
that point of options where like I'm itching to debate and discuss them with people. So sorry.
So you're ready for straw design already, huh? All right.
That is where I'm at. Yes.
Yep.
But if more than glad to hear more options.
All right.
That is definitely where I'm at. Yeah.
Laura.
I have a question. So Marty and Mila both said this, the hiring manager, do they mean like the admin team that's hiring the person? Is that what that means?
Yeah, so the person who's ever in charge of the hire at the school.
Okay.
But it's not always a school. It like, for
Right.
example, if it's a nurse or if it's at learning services, it's
okay.
a coordinator. So we don't want to just use the word principal. So we're using the word hiring manager.
That makes sense. Okay, super. Then I guess my option would be very similar to yours, Milo, but I would, instead of August 1st, I would say after the first duty day. Or you could even do like after the late hire, if we define that. I guess that's an option too, if that's something that comes up.
Laura, what would you like captured?
Everything.
Great.
I would like it to be.
I'm good with that.
I mean, what you could add on to Mila's if you wanted to, with just a different date.
I just
Or
copy
you could-
pasted mine and
Yeah.
exchanged
Change the-
August 1.
yeah.
Yep.
And then in parentheses, you could say or late hire, if defined.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nancy.
Pass.
All right. Allison.
Pass.
All right. Linda.
Teachers can apply for transfers as vacancies occur.
Sandy.
as trying to get the language right. As soon as the teacher is hired at the new position, they can transfer right away.
Matt.
I'll pass.
Okay, Mila.
I'll pass.
Teresa.
Pass.
Deborah.
Pass.
Shelley.
Pass.
Heather Espinoza. Are you passing, Heather? Okay, sorry. Heather Gracious.
Pass.
Bo.
Pass.
Chris.
Pass.
Ian.
Pass.
Kathy.
Pass.
Marty.
Pass.
Dave Lockley. Laura Leppy.
I'm gonna go in the complete other direction on this one. Teachers need no permission, no approval, and no notice to apply and transfer for another position.
No notice, no permission, no notice. There was a third part.
And no approval.
Wow, that option kind of reminds me of like Kenny Chesney's song about no shoes, no shirt, no clothes.
You know what's funny is that as soon as I said it out loud, I was like 100% that tune came into my head.
Sounds like a country song, huh? Nancy.
Pass.
All right, you've got a lot of passes. If you have another option, please raise your hand. All right, I don't see anybody jumping to raise their hand, so I believe we are headed for straw design. Is that correct? And you might want to couple that with a little bit of a break. So Mila, if Roddy can put you in your straw designs. It's 7:31 right now.
Roddy, are you there? Hey, Roddy.
Indeed, I am. Sorry, my spacebar was not working on the keyboard.
We can't see your face searching madly for the mute button, so we didn't know. Yeah, I think, what do you think? A break of 5 minutes plus 20, like reconvene at 8 o'clock, or is that pushing it too far? Dave?
I think 8 o'clock's probably a good idea. Sorry, I dropped something. I would suggest that everyone, before they go on break, get into their session, so that way, if there's any technical issues, we can deal with those in between times.
So remember that you can find the document in the shared drive called I think it's called Straw Design Rooms, something like that.
Zoom straw design, I believe.
Zoom Straw Design. Click on the link there to take you after you leave this meeting.
Can we use the email we were sent also?
You may also use the email you were sent. It is the same link.
Okay, we'll see you back here at 8 o'clock.
See you at 8, guys.
Roddy, was I supposed to be getting an email or just go to this URL?
You should have received an email. If you haven't, you can use the link in the Straub design document. It'll point you into the same direction.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't, neither one of them work for me.
Give me 1 second. It looks like Heather is having some issues.
Hey, Roddy,
Yes, Heather.
I missed last week. Am I supposed to follow group 1? And I did the tiny URL, but it was asking the host to let me in. Am I the host still?
You should have been the host. Let me jump into that, which will bump me out of this meeting, and I will be able to get you in.
All right, cool. Should I stay here or leave?
Go ahead and leave.
Okay.
I have no idea if I'm in there or not, Roddy.
Hey, okay, now I'm getting a text from Heather that they need a bit more time. And Chris saying, should we come back?
Mila, this is the second time that Jim and I have come back. Dave Lockley's thing was in our room, but I don't think Dave was there unless he was spying on us. So we talked about him a lot.
Oh, good. That's good.
So
Like to hear that.
we bounced out for about 3 seconds and then bounced back in. So
Well, Roddy, can you tell us, we're not live to the public here, or are we?
we are.
We are.
I can see it on my screen.
Oh, okay. Well, the other two groups aren't back yet. I mean, I suppose we could continue our conversation.
Yeah, it's the same thing, right?
Right? Yep. Yep.
We're missing Laura and Linda, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't want to.
No, they could be out in the ether somewhere.
As soon as we get back to our room, they're going to be back here.
Yeah.
So should we just stay? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, let's just stay here.
Okay.
If they come, maybe we can finish or continue our conversation. We weren't finished, guys, and we thought we should just honor the time and come back and see what the
We
others.
were responsible and caring.
Apparently, we're the only ones.
Yeah.
Apparently.
It looks like the other two are not finished as well.
Yeah.
Straw Design 1 has got a little bit more on it than anybody else's, but looks like everybody needs some more time. And Mila, are we scheduled to 8:30 or 8:15? Because it says 8:15 on the agenda, but 8:30 on my calendar.
We're scheduled to 8:30. I always
Yeah,
just
that's
put
what I thought.
8:15 as the commencement of the checkout, but we can,
Got it.
shorten the checkout.
No worries.
Sorry about that, Dave. We are coming in, joining back in with the rest of you guys. My apologies.
No worries. Dave, you didn't know it, but you were in with Jim and I for the whole time.
I did actually know that.
Oh, did you?
I kept two different devices going.
Dang. So you heard everything that Jim and I said about you then.
I was very good, and I turned the volume off. So.
Hazel's back.
Hazel's back. Hazel returns.
Were we the last ones to get back, Dave?
I think so. I'm looking here to see.
Yeah.
I think everybody's here.
Y'all are coming in at the same time.
Yeah, we've got a couple people still filtering in. Linda's coming in right now. And I think there's one more maybe, but I don't know who it is. Bo's not here, but Hazel's here, so.
Better option.
Better option. All right, I think we're all back. So let's start with straw design number 1. Can you tell us who's your spokesperson and what you came up with?
Go for it, Ian.
All right. Well, we had trouble seeing where this really, any switch would contribute to contract language, other than, the best possible place that we saw for it was 12.2.3. And even then, the contract language has quite an umbrella to include the mutual interests or mutual benefit between schools and departments. So we talked about kind of those cooperative conversations that really do need to happen. We didn't quite have any ideas about how to enforce that within any contract language changes, other than continuing to emphasize that point.
Okay. And Ian, were you essentially finished when you came back, or did you have more to discuss?
I think we're finished with our first round of discussion.
All right. Anything else from anybody in number 1? Questions from 2 and 3 to Straw Design Team 1. Any questions? All right. Straw Design Team number 2.
So before we do ours, we identified an interest that we elevated in the room, and I wanted to put that on the chart. We wanted to put that on the chart.
Okay. Oh, you got it, Jim.
And that was that we had an interest in minimizing the amount of time that students had less than qualified instructors. That, being said of, want to minimize the amount of time any student has to have a sub or have classes that are, being shared by 12 people or whatever it is. It should be minimized. I'll read through our option our straw design that we came up with, and I would encourage my colleagues to jump in. We had a really rich conversation around really starting with what was the timeline. We felt like the conversation around June and July and that kind of stuff kind of led us into a funky place as a group. In addition, so that's where we started, was when were we really talking about when these late transfers, when were they most disruptive? When was it really problematic? And we identified that period right at the beginning of the school year, that the first duty day, anything up to that, it's disruptive, but teams haven't formed yet. Teams haven't started working together yet. It's still really part of the summer hiring season. And then, so we identified that transfers that occur during the school year, so after that first duty day, shall happen once the current position is filled, at a duration of no more than 4 weeks. And I can explain the 4 weeks, unless otherwise agreed to by the current and receiving supervisor. The 4 weeks I picked, it's not at random. It's the legal time a teacher has to give notice if they're leaving the district for a different position. They have to give 30 days. So, it affords us at the most, if we have to hire someone, that same kind of notice to transition, to build teams, to do what's necessary to get that position. And if they're hired, the replacement's hired before that, then great. If a different arrangement needs to be made and it's mutually agreed upon, then great. But it creates that frame that everyone knows going into the situation what's going to happen. Because, and this, we touched on this in story, but I just want to highlight it. This is what happens currently in a lot of positions. Some people mentioned hawk trading or deal making or whatever, but it's the two schools figure out a mutually agreeable way to make this transition happen. And I remember at first all the bad transitions, and I had to work to remember the ones that went smooth because the two buildings worked it out, or it was the ESE or whatever it was. It was worked out in a mutual beneficial way for buildings, for colleagues, for students. And what this would do is allow us to have that very same kind of transition, while still allowing staff to take that hard to fill or hard to, not very often transfer, like the counseling position Linda was talking about, or moving up to a coordinator because that's the next step in their career, yet at the same time honoring their buildings, their colleagues, and their students. So anyone else from my group want to add in anything, feel free to jump in.
Anybody else from group 2? All right, questions for group 2 from from the other two groups? And Dave, did you consider your straw design done, or were you still looking at more work?
We had finished drafting our current thinking.
Okay.
But we don't know where it'll go yet.
Gotcha. All right, straw design team 3.
Well, we had a really good conversation and sort of walked through the issues a bit further. I have a line there, but it doesn't really represent any kind of a work product. So it was an idea that got thrown out there, and I have no idea if we're anywhere near thinking that's a good idea as a group. So we did talk about the difference between like teacher to teacher moves when there are 2 classrooms worth of kids that are in limbo versus teacher to sort of a non-classroom move when there's just the 1 classroom of kids that are in limbo, and perhaps that might be different, but we didn't get far enough down to determine whether our option might include some differentiation of treatment. Group, let me invite you to give any other flavor of our conversation.
More from group 3.
Yeah, we just had a conversation and we weren't to a point of coalescing behind an idea.
Okay, so the question that as a facilitator that I have is, you're sitting at 816 right now. Do you feel that there's enough here to go to a small group, or when we reconvene on the 11th, do we need to pick up where we left off on the straw designs?
My thought, Dave, and others feel free to chime in, is I don't think we're in a spot where we're ready to send it off. I think we've got, there's some good thinking in this spot. I wonder, we've also spent a lot of time in these particular groups. I wonder if next time we mix up the groups a tad bit and have them reevaluate the straw designs that are there, and, rip apart, add, subtract, whatever, into a new set of 3 straw designs that then we rebring up or bring back to the group and continue the process that way. But start with a review and then a redistribution of the folks.
Okay, so question for Mila, I guess, on this. Do you, for your next session, if you do mix the groups up, do you want to do that and get it to Roddy, or do you want Roddy to do it? Okay,
I'll take care of that. Dave and I can work on a shuffle, and then I'll work with Roddy to get the reassignments made. And just when we got these groups working, Roddy, we're going to reassign. Anyway, I agree, Dave, that could be a good strategy for us to deepen our thinking a little bit next time.
sounds good. So you're essentially at checkout. I think there was also, from the emails that I saw, questions about whether the 11th works or not. Is there more?
Yeah, and that was just one bit of business I wanted to touch on. I did send you all an invitation that said for February 9th instead of Thursday the 11th. Many of you have conferences in the later part of the week. I looked hard at other weeks, honestly. I know that to have nights of conferences and a night of IBS in the same week is brutal. I just really couldn't find other weeks that didn't have really significant conflicts for numbers of people. So I ended up just backing it up to the 9th, but I wanted to check in with you all tonight and just see if that's icky, but okay, we can do it. We can.
That's the night. Ours was moved from the 11th to the 9th.
To the 9th?
Yeah, I have conflict.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Who can make it on the 9th? Icky, but you can make it.
Yeah, and I can too.
Okay.
Jim, you're free that night?
Yeah, I am. Looks like everybody can. Is that right?
Everybody except Sandy, I think, at this point. So not to diminish, but one person versus 6 or 7 is a little different balancing act. So I think I'll firm it for the 9th, and that'll be our next meeting then.
Well, I teach mostly upperclassmen, and so my schedule doesn't fill up as quickly as the lowerclassmen do.
Yeah.
So if I had you guys open and then my meeting open and my Chromebook maybe or something, then I could be here probably most of the time.
Great.
Okay. Whatever works for you, Sandy. We want you to do what makes best sense, but thanks for that flexibility.
So Mila, will you send out another invitation for Jim and I? Because I still have it on the 11th. So, and we can go ahead and delete the 11th, right? Okay. All right. So are we ready for checkout? Is there anything else for the good of the order before we check out and have the rest of the evening? All righty then. Checkout just thought for the day, and we're going to start with Nancy.
I think we're making good progress.
Laura Leppy.
Agreed. I'm always very fascinated by this group and I love it and our conversations and I love all the perspectives.
Dave Lockley.
I think we Article 12 is one of the most challenging ones, minus my least favorite one to talk about, the stipend. So the fact that most of us are still happy and smiling at the moment is a good sign that we're doing good work.
Marty.
It might be because we're not talking about the stipend. No, I mean, I think that this is an item that probably could have been left alone forever and we would have muddled through it. But that we're discussing it and looking for ways to improve the system, I think is a testament to our role here. So thanks.
Kathy.
Always something new to learn. Good stuff.
Ian.
I'm grateful for all the work that already has been done in this contract. Going through item by item, word by word. It's incredibly impressive that we've have what we have as this working document.
Chris.
I thought it was a great pace tonight. We didn't belabor the first two items about the language. We had small grouped and we didn't belabor the MOU, and we had meaty, substantive, I think really constructive dialogue around this issue about transfers. So I felt like it was a really good night.
Oh.
I'm a big fan of Brene Brown. Use it a lot with my team. And one of her big statements is clear is kind. And this is an element we could have ignored, but it's unclear and it's not kind to teacher, to administrator, to a lot of different people. So it's not easy, but clear is kind. And we're going to figure it out.
Heather Gracious.
A great night. I appreciate all of the perspectives and always being able to have great conversation with each other. So thank you.
Heather Espinoza.
It's an interesting problem with a lot of different lenses and perspectives, and it was good to hear them all, and I have no doubt we will get to a good spot for it.
Shelley.
What I really like is that when you filter everything out and you boil it all down, it always, in the end, these conversations and this team always come to a point where we're doing what's best for kids and we're making a district that's just stronger and filled with the best staff and personnel that we can.
Deborah.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's already been said as usual. I think sometimes from a teacher perspective, we don't always understand the issues from administration, and I really appreciate and respect and learn a lot of what some of these issues really are. Who knew there were issues with transfers? I'm going for a job I want. Who knew that was a problem? So thank you for enlightening and listening, and we will come out stronger.
Teresa.
I just appreciate the open and honest conversations that we're able to have with one another and the perspectives, to be able to hear different perspectives and different roles. And so I appreciate that everybody's considerate of one another and takes time to listen, and we don't have a whole lot of debate going on. And so tonight was very successful, and I felt like it was productive. It was a good night.
Mila.
I totally want to be Bo Fobert when I grow up. You are so succinct, and Brene Brown, way to drop that quote right in there. And it really echoes what I believe. And I just really think that our practice ought to be reflected in the words that we publish, and that people shouldn't be set up for unpleasant surprises. And I love that that was Hazel. Okay, I gotcha. I love that we can have that kind of sticky conversation with mutual respect intact. Thanks.
Matt.
Systems work is really powerful. And whenever people ask me about my job, my current job, I always talk about my appreciation for the system that I work in Adams 12. And that's because every single part of this district, not just the group here tonight, but all of our other groups are super important to the work we do for kids. And it's powerful to come together and get all those different perspectives so we can try to make our system even better. And frankly, our system is strong, and it's a great place to be. I appreciate it each and every day, but we can always make things better and tweak them. And I think to have the multiple perspectives in the room tonight, and as we always do, is super powerful and will just make our system stronger. Have a good night, guys.
Sandy.
Yeah, Brene Brown, she's written a lot of books. I recommend highly any one of them. So thanks, Bo, for bringing that up. Mindfulness is key. And I'll reiterate what Deb Blake said a minute ago. Yeah, who knew this transfer thing and the hiring days, 3 days, 5 days was a problem. And I'm so grateful that I get to learn things from you guys. What's going on behind the scenes at Disneyland. Thanks, everyone.
Linda.
Onward and upward.
Allison.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. This is just awesome. And I wish this were like the viral example of how you solve problems in the world and not what's on Twitter.
Mr. Jim.
Thanks, everyone. It is a difficult issue, and I agree with Marty and I agree with Bo. You could have left this one for a long time, and it just been a little bit of festering somewhere in the long process. But the right thing to do is pick it up and see if you can make it better, as Matt suggested. So thank you for your work, people.
And I agree. You guys did really, really, really good work with a really tough subject. And the respect you have for each other never ceases to amaze me. I really enjoy working with you. So we will see you all on the 9th. Have a good night. And Mila, look at this. We're 2 minutes ahead of time. That's great. Enjoy your 2 minutes, everybody.
I'm gonna pay you your pay tonight. You earned your facilitator pay.
I'm glad we wrapped up early. I run Uber at night, and I just got to pick up Chris G at the ESC, so I got to go.
Make sure he pays you with some puppy love.
Did we have Kathy P check out? I don't remember. So just wanted to pause to make sure we did that if we have.
Kathy, were you not? Did I miss you?
Nope, I'm good.
All right.
I didn't have a Brene Brown quote though, so no one remembered.
Okay.
All right, Bo, I'll see you out here in 5 minutes.
See y'all. Have a good night. Have a good night, all.